Hey, how's it going, fangirl? Hey, Raccoon, how's it going? Hey Chris, how's it going? I missed your 2 streams this week. I've been pretty busy. But the Starfire you did looks amazing. How's it going, No Name? I'm just doing some tedious masking before I can finish painting these. Trying to make these jackets look like a leather than just straight up paint. Kind of forgot it was Friday, so I started working on the nates. Started masking them, and then I looked at the time. I was like, oops, I almost forgot. Figure at least if I can get the yellow trim on done on this jacket, I can move to the Sea Dragons. Hey Customizer. Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to do Friday live streams. Try to keep it like a normal thing going. Although next week I don't know if I'll be able to do one. But I can make up for it another day though. No name. It's kind of hard because of the way I paint. The one video series I just did for Garage Kits, the area elemental bust. That one I tried to do a little bit better. Problem is, it's hard for me to get the camera into the paintwork. The goal with the live streams is try to do that a little bit more. So when I'm starting to paint up the characters on the live stream, I can actually show in real time a little bit better than the video. That's kind of the goal. I figure live streams I can actually sit there and talk to people, then sit there and try to edit into a video, 'cause that's kind of not where I'm trying to go with things. Plus, I need to get a better camera for the photo setup too. I mean, the airbrush booth. I'm getting there, little by little. We'll get to stuff like that, I think. One of the main reasons I want to do it on live streams more is because YouTube flags a lot of videos if you say certain words. So I figured it'd be better to do it on the live stream. Yeah, that's the problem with trying to cut down the videos for a regular video like tutorial, is you cut a lot of it out. And I don't paint, I just kind of keep blending till I get it to where I want it. So I don't have like a formula that could really help. You know, some people do washes, some people do pastel, some people do this, so you know, we're all different. Yeah, the customizer, I'm going to do a lot more of that for streams. When I start the Batgirl, which I'm going to set up the video this Sunday, what I'll be doing with the Batgirl statue. That's just for Friday live stream, so when we get to like the hair on that, I'll be doing it all real time. Like I said, if I was to, every video was to show that, it would be just, you know, hours upon hours of videos, and I can't do that. I can't edit, you know, I gotta cut things down. There's only so much I can do in 1 week, so that's why I figure Fridays, live streams, each for the Batgirl from beginning to end, we'll kind of do it every Friday. so you guys can see, come in the chat, you can ask me questions while I'm working on it. What's up, Raz and Ken? How you guys doing? No, this is just silly putty. I'm just masking this to get ready to paint the yellow trim. Well, that's good. Glad you got the replacement part done. What's up, Stager? How you doing? Ken, you can use the silly putty over and over and over and over. There's a painter in the hobby. His name's Jim Capone. He does a lot of Jesse's Garage Kit paints for the website and for Jesse himself. He's had silly putty, I think, now for over 15 years. It looks like just a big block of black goo. He still uses it. I mean, you can see all the little paint stuff that are in the silly putty. You know, like all this little paint stuff here. But once you kind of smush the silly putty around, it breaks up. And you can keep using it. Now normally I usually do yellow trim around this stuff, but I'm trying to make it look like leather, so if I go back in and touch it, it'll just kind of help it a little bit more with the paintbrush. This red Sonia, I kind of forget. I don't think it was hard to take off the top. It was just a matter of sanding it down and chopping it up. I think it was harder putting up the chainmail than anything. Yeah, no name. Silly putty masking is very boring. But that's just part of the hobby. I mean, you could go. I go to the Crayola store website, and that's where I get mine. That's where they have the 5-pound bricks. I mean, I remember when it used to be $70 for a 5-pound brick. Now it's $100. That red Sonia was a pain. That was a very, very difficult one to get that chainmail on. I had to line up all the links to her chainmail to get it even. That was a rough one. What's up, Terrell? Actually, what I'll do is I'll just get you the link for it. Really, Raz? What item? Alright, 3 arms, the mask, and I can start painting these up. Hey, how's it going, Digital Man? Yep, just a laid back day of just some paint work today. That's about it. Although it's freezing today for some reason. Oh, really? Did they, whatchamacallit? Did they just sculpt a new Jessica Rabbit or something? Yeah, I don't know what happened today. The past 2 days or so was nice and warm. I took a couple walks outside down to the bay, and then today I woke up and had to put the heat on and everything. It's kind of weird, Raz. I don't know how they could do that. I mean, was it the same exact sculpt as Sideshow's? Do you think they 3D scanned it, or they just sculpted it? Not that I care. I mean, you know, whatever they do, they do. It's not like I could stop them or even care about it. It's just kind of interesting. I don't know, maybe they scanned a Sideshow one and then did it, who knows. Digital Man, if it's if they sculpt, I mean, if it's handmade and it's you know, and they kind of just sort of copied it, it's really not a copy, I guess. I don't know. At this point in the game with 3D sculpting, who knows? I wouldn't doubt it, Raz. I get a lot of people asking for that Jessica Rabbit slave Leia. So I'm pretty sure somebody might have saw it and saw an opportunity to make an original sculpt or close to it. Like, I had no clue there was such a huge fan base for Jessica Rabbit until I made a couple of those customs. Hey, Raphael. Quiet Friday. Cold and quiet. Hopefully yours is going well. I thought the spring was here. We're back in the winter. Yeah, Raz, I could care less. You can do whatever you want. Doesn't bother me at all. I'm not going to tell people what they can and can't do, so. All I know is I did it, the client was happy with it, and I'm on to other projects. I mean, after all, it was a sideshow piece, so if anyone would get upset making copies and stuff, it would probably be them. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the weather. It's pretty crazy. I just want to get back to being able to eat lunch, go take a walk, come back, get back to work, stuff like that. Yeah, we'll try to do streams every Friday. Next week, maybe Thursday, only because I won't be here Friday. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully once the warmer weather hits, I can get into some more stuff. Yeah, I subscribe to someone's Patreon that does some really cool music that they allow for YouTube and streaming and stuff. So, and they put up new music almost every other week. Like I said, I'm growing. I'm getting there with the channel a little bit better here and there. Baby steps, I guess you can say. Raz, you're gonna see that no matter what. Once somebody sells an STL file and that gets into the wild, everyone's gonna have it. That's just gonna be a common thing with 3D printing. Not gonna be able to stop it. Alright, one more to go. Steger, I did start a Patreon this past week. I'm gonna be posting a video on it Sunday. It's a very basic Patreon right now. It's just basic support. Once I get through the year and I kind of work on projects a little bit more, I'll have a better understanding of what I can do with it. just the one thing you have to understand is I can't put everything into videos. I have to do commissions to get, you know, that's what pays the bills. So the videos isn't my main focus. You know, I'm not trying to be just a pure YouTuber. That's kind of like the side thing. I just want to add streams into it. I'm getting there. I mean, hold on. That's my Patreon page. I mean, I'll explain a little bit what's going on. Right now, it's just basic support, you know, for better equipment, projects. I think down the line, maybe when I start another YouTube series or a live stream character, I can have the Patrons kind of vote on the characters. Like, you know, I choose 5 characters I want to use, and then the Patrons get to vote on which one. But I can't split up my time between YouTube, streaming, you know, commissions, and then Patreon. It's kind of difficult. So I gotta kind of like flush it all out this year. Like 2D artists, they get to be, you know, they can sit there and they can ask everybody what character to do. They can draw it, and then they can, you know, give all the patrons a copy of the file. It's kind of hard with a statue because a statue takes a couple months. So it's tricky. Yeah, I think over the year it'll evolve a little bit. I'll have a better understanding what I can and can't do. Yeah, because the minute stuff stops, you know, commissions are not getting out the doors when I'm in trouble. So we'll see how it goes. Stager, everything I post on my YouTube channel is everything. You know, like, everything I do on the YouTube channel is commissions, repairs, everything. So, as of right now, I just want to treat Patreon just like as support for the channel, for videos, equipment, and stuff like that. But I mean, I'm welcome to ideas. People can, you know, let me know feedback and stuff like that. Raccoon, I've been doing the customs since 2003. I started doing my own off of the Bowen design stuff, and then people started asking me for them, and I was always doing it as a side thing. I had a full-time job. Would come home from work, sit down at the desk and start sculpting and painting. And then in 2015, when the company closed down, I just made it a business. So that's why you can see I got a make sure commissions are always priority over everything. But also, some commissions I do is people like to keep private too, so I can't always post what people want, you know. No, I get it, Stager, that's fine. I'm up to ideas and stuff. It's just, I can't split myself between too many projects and never get anything done. That's why I use iMovie for all my videos. It's simple. I don't have to worry about crazy editing. I get it out the point and I can get back to work. But if anyone signs up on the Patreon, more than welcome to post some ideas. And if I can kind of squeeze them in here and there, we can kind of see how that'll work. Now we're going to try to finish up these two later. Terrell, I freaking love the EX portrait. Not for the regular Power Girl, but for the retro version I want to create for myself. So I have 4 Power Girls on pre-order already. I know it's nuts, but I'm gonna make my army again. I still love the Mark Newman one. It's still probably my favorite, but the new one that Sideshow released is awesome. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna redo the chest because I don't like how small they are. That's not Power Girl. I'm going to make a retro version for first appearance and use that head. And then I'm gonna do a bombshell version. I'm only gonna do 3 this time. Yeah, I think the reason why they cut it all down was because of DC probably said, okay, you guys got to take that down. It's too big. All this, you know, PC culture stuff. So, but for me, I'll fix it on my end. It's not a problem. Yeah, that's why I like the Mark Newman one, because he just made her nice and thick. So this one's kind of a little bit more toned down. But like I said, I like both of them. You know, you don't have to sit there and be like, oh, this one's better than the other one. For me, I'll buy them all. I don't care. That's alright. Maybe if Prime 1 comes out with their Power Girl 1/3, that'll be like the... They'll probably keep it true. So we'll see what happens. Alright, so I just mixed up some raw sienna and some yellow. So I'm going to give it a base coat of raw sienna. And then we're going to go in with some sponge work and sort of make it look like a leathery yellow. See, that's what sucks about yellow over blue, because when you do that, it creates green. But if you do enough layering, you'll kind of hide it. Citadel yellow. This Citadel flash gets yellow. It's a really good yellow. It goes on very smooth. Yeah, that's the fun of the hobby. Everyone gets to like what they want, and you can buy as many as that character as you want. So yeah, I pretty much customize everything I do. Like, if I could get the one that Sideshow painted and the one that they show in the pictures, I would never change it. I would leave it as is, because that's the prototype. But when you get it from the factory, it's really not the same. I mean, I'm pretty good on grails. I mean, I got my Nate Grays. These are for clients, though. I'll paint mine later. I got my Captain Marvels. I got my Power Girls coming. I made my Kid Flash. It's pretty much there. I didn't mask off the arm because I'm spraying in that direction. If you spray in this direction, then you'll get overspray. But if you just kind of angle it, you don't have to go too crazy with masking. Or you could just use your hand as a blocker. I got them sitting on a magnet bar. Not the best way, but Alright, now we're going to try to create a leather look to it. We'll sort of texture it. So pour out some of this yellow. All I'm doing is using a messed up sponge. Don't want it to be bright yellow, but don't want it to be boring flat yellow. Trying to make it look like an older jacket too. Raccoon, it's the DNA in the Age of Apocalypse universe of Jean Grey and Cyclops. And Mr. Sinister created him. He's basically Cable of Age of Apocalypse. Except he doesn't have the techno-organic virus, so he's at full power. He's basically what Cable would be if Cable didn't have that virus. So he's not naturally conceived, but he's still the DNA from them. He's actually, in theory, more powerful than Cable, because Cable is actually the DNA, well, actually the child of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor, but Madeline Pryor was a clone of Jean Grey. So therefore, actually, Nate is considered more powerful, while Cable is still like the offspring of a clone of Jean. But in the comic books, Cable was able to break Silver Surfer's board with no problem when he didn't have the techno-organic virus with full power on him. So basically they're both Omega mutants. I just like Nate because he's from alternate universe. He came into the main 616 universe. He wasn't really welcomed. Just kind of like that kind of a character. Everybody wanted to use him for his powers. Except Quesada, when Quesada took over Marvel, he didn't like any of the 90s characters, so he killed them all off. And that's when I moved to DC. I think Rachel's the only one that's naturally conceived in the future, but I don't remember much about Rachel too much. But then again, the whole timeline and everything's all screwed up anyway, so... That looks pretty cool. I like that. It's kind of... Because Nate comes from Age of Apocalypse, I don't think his outfit would be super clean anyway. Especially the jacket. Magic? Are you talking about, who is it? Are you talking about the child that Cable was carrying around for a while? That turned into the girl who looks like Jean? I forget her name. Somebody in chat probably knows who I'm talking about. Rachel Gray is their offspring. From the future, though. So it's a different timeline from what I remember. Magic is Colossus's sister. Is that who you're talking about? The blonde-haired chick? I'm sure if you find one of those pictures on Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever, you could find like the Scott Summers and the Jean Grey family tree, and it'll probably break down all the characters for you. Yeah, if you're thinking of Magic, who's the blonde girl that holds the sword, that's Colossus's sister. I don't know if it's full sister or half sister. I don't remember. Alright, last one. Alright, now we gotta satin them up a bit. Alright, so to keep it a leathery look, I've been hitting it with satin varnish. Kind of helps it a little bit. Alright, so since this paint is still fairly wet, I'll put it in this container because, the silly putty I mean, because I don't want to use this to mask the ski dragons. So I'm going to have some touch-ups of the trim work later, but that's something I'll do another day. But I just wanted to get the main stuff done. What I did is his outfit's fairly blue, but the inside of his jacket's a leather, like it's a lot of browns. And then the outside of the jacket's blue and browns with a lot of this yellowish. So it kind of breaks up the jacket a little bit more than just doing same blues and yellows. What we'll do is I'll set up one of them so you guys can see what he looks like so far. And then we can get on to the Sea Dragons. Now if you spray super heavy, you got to kind of break up your paint as you go across your trim. But I didn't spray too crazy, so it kind of just breaks off easy. So I got to work up some more of the trim, clean up some areas around here. I got to paint the zipper. I didn't want this part to be yellow because he doesn't really have this little shoulder piece yellow. It's mostly just here. So I kind of want to try to keep it a little bit true. This X goes to this one. Anytime you get a little flaking from the silly putty with the paint kind of flaking upwards, sometimes you could just, if it's dry enough, you could just go like that and break it off, or let it sit for a day, and then the next day you could flake it off with no trouble at all. That's if you spray really heavy, but we kind of did dry brushing, so you don't have to go crazy. And then if your piece sticks, just kind of pull it up a bit. And then grab other silly putty. Pops right out. Circle. Alright, let's grab a body and show you what it looks like so far. The customizer, it took me a long time to kind of get that silly putty down. I mean, the hair sculpting down. So you got to just keep trying. This is where I'm at with the base. This is X, I think. This is X. So we got the rod here. I put a magnet in his foot, and last night I put a magnet over here. So hopefully this is the right base for the right legs. Yeah. So he clicks in like that now, as you can see. This is the upper body. So let's see how far I can get back with this. So what I did is, you know, it's kind of like orangey yellows on his main outfit. I did a metal belt because this feels more metal than, like, you know, this type of yellow. So I kind of ran with that. And then you got this leathery jacket looking, so it breaks it up a little bit more. And this is as far as I'm at with the head. Camera's at an angle, so don't worry about that. So it breaks it up a little bit more. So they're pretty much getting close to being finished. I got to do the clear powers, the clear eye power, the hands, touch them up, and then the base. So we're almost done with these. I'm going to attach them to make one full thing. Now, the zipper on this one broke off. The zipper kind of hangs down. So I got to attach the zipper back on that one. But I like the way the jacket separates. It's still blue, but it kind of feels more like a leather. So I think that works. Yeah, silly putty makes life a lot easier. Like I said, it you know, if you really take your time with it, it'll make life easy. If you do what I do, where you paint trim first, like there's a little bit here that's a little bit messed up, I'll get back in there and fix up the trim. But if you do the trim and then the silly putty, you can just pull it right off. You don't have to worry about tape or any of that stuff. Alright, let me just clean a little bit of this sponge up right now, and then we can start the sheet dragons. One second, just organizing so I get all this stuff out of my feet. Alright, now I already did some of her trim. So let's... I figure we could do some pale gold on her wristbands, make them pop a little bit more. So something like this, we'll spend, what, 15-20 minutes masking and literally just hit it once with some gold paint, and then we're done. Although I never want to work on Sea Dragons again, I am sick of them. All those years working on them and then doing them again reminds me how much I hated working on them. That's all that was being done. Yeah, Terrell. It's they're not bad to mess with. You know, make something out of them. It's just what it is I'm not a fan of not being able to break down the statue to paint in some way. You know, with this hand being in front of her face is a pain. With underneath the arms is a pain. But I mean, if you take your time, you could definitely make something cool out of her. I'll give you some examples. Back in the day, there was a Wonder Woman made, I think a Phoenix. I think someone did a really cool looking Vampirella. There was also the Aurora in North Star Customs. Let's see. I don't know, you got any favorite characters you want to make, or just a character you just would just like to try and tackle? A Vampirella would be fairly easy. You know, you just sort of sand down the underwear part and you just sculpt up the rest of it. You could do a red Sonya with the top off, you know. The characters don't have to have like a top area, they could be topless. Like a red Sonya with her top on the base. I mean, the sky's the limit with your sea dragons. You can make anything out of them. Well, that's what you do. You could customize the she dragon into something and see if it'll help fund some of your 1/4 scales. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I mean, I do it all the time. Sometimes I'll find something cheap or broken and I'll customize it, and I'll use that to fund something I want from my collection or something I want to customize or whatever. I mean, if I had the house room and the funds, I'd keep everything, but I can't do it. Hey, what's up, Matthew? How's it going? I mean, don't get me wrong, the She-Dragon is a great sculpt. I do love it. I just wish it was bigger. You know, 1/4 scale of the sculpt would be awesome. Oh, Matthew, you're moving? Hopefully to a better place. Well, good for you. Hopefully it works out for you. Are you going all out with the nice little studio setup, or are you limited to like just a little spot in the house? Stagger, yeah. Honestly, if you can, like I said, try and find somebody, if you know somebody in America, have them order the silly putty, then have him ship it to you, get the 5-pound brick, and it will be expensive, but that brick will last you a long time. That's good, Matt. That's the way to do it. And then when your kids move out, you can take over everything. Or scale down to a smaller house, but make sure you have a nice little studio set up. Yeah, Steger, as far as I know, I don't know of anything else that's like silly putty out there. So it's kind of hard to say any other options. Never heard of that stuff. That's a good idea, Matt. Yeah, I guess anyone in chat look into that. Maybe that's a possibility. I know someone tried to use that stuff you stick onto a shelf for like was it earthquakes, and it helps, you know, like your statues and dishes stay on the shelf. But I think someone said it ripped up all the paint. This is Alclad Pale Gold with a little bit of yellow mixed into it, transparency yellow. So hopefully this kind of gets what we want. And the thing that sucks about Alclad is it really clogs up the airbrush if you don't clean it right. Alright, we'll let her sit. We'll start masking off Psylocke. Yeah, all Alclad is lacquers, so lacquers tend to clog if you don't clean them. I wish I could take credit for this hair. This is the original sculpted hair, so. Like I said, Clay Moore is a great sculptor. I wish he would done more stuff, larger scale. Yeah, most resin kits are probably solid. Whatchamacallit, the larger kits, like the really big ones, might be hollow. But most small ones like this are probably solid. Kev, hey, thanks man, thanks for stopping by. Have a good weekend too. Honestly, if you're getting hollow kits and they're small, you're probably going to be you'll probably run into trouble. But mostly the larger kits and bases might be hollow. All the 1/3 scale kits I've worked on, most of them are hollow. Mostly 1/6 to 1/4 kits. Some 1/4 kits are hollow, but not many. Yeah, I guess it depends on the producer. You know, if they want to save on resin, but they want to sell their kits for as much money as possible, they might rotocast it. And rotocasting is like, you take a mold and you keep turning it. So all the resin goes to the outside and you create it. So it all depends. Sometimes you also get air bubbles if they didn't cast it correctly and it's got air bubbles in it. It's not really hollow, it's just poor casting. Uh, 3D printing, I think most people actually hollow it. Maybe some of the guys in chat might be able to help. I know some people, they'll hollow it when they print, but then they inject it with a gel to thicken it up. Some people do that. I don't know the name of the gel though. It's a gel because if you put in like 2-part resin into a hollow print, you'll probably either melt it or expand and contract it and break it. But from what I understand, there's an injection gel I was told of. But I don't know what it's called. Yeah, I think I'm at the point now where if somebody asks me to like paint something up, if it's not a resin cast, I probably won't touch it. because I really don't like the way the 3D prints are so fragile. Not saying you can't do that, it's just that I don't... Unless they can be injected. I think it was Des from Onage told me that a lot of their stuff is hollow, but then they inject it with a gel, and then they cast it up in resin copies. I think that's how he said it worked. Yeah, go to Smooth-On's website. They'll have all kinds of tutorials and products for casting and molding. So if you're 3D printing and if you learn how to mold and cast, you're definitely in the step of the right direction. Because if you could print something out and make a couple copies, then you could just sell resin copies, and it's cheaper than printing over and over and over. Although I hate molding and casting. It is a pain in the ass. Well, I thought it was cheaper in the sense that some of this like 3D resin is very expensive for like 1 quart. Like you could get a 2-gallon kit of resin for $100, whereas wasn't like 1 quart of 3D print resin's like 100. And maybe I'm mistaken. I think once the 3D printer's resin, once that stuff becomes like really streamlined, it'll be the cheaper route to go. Yeah, but for right now, like you guys said, it's expensive, so I'm sure in another few years they'll come out with a resin where it's cheap, you print it, and you're friggin' done. Yeah, that's the problem with these materials. Resin, mold, it's got a shelf life. That's why I try never to buy it up until I need it for a few projects, or try to burn it as much as I can. If I know it's going to go bad and I got enough left, I'll make some generic bases or something. Or I'll fill, and then I can use those to fill in something else. This is not going to work. That's the great thing about saran wrap. You can kind of use it to get in that area since we're so tight there. This works. So we got the saran wrap around the finger. And then we can use the silly putty to lock down the saran wrap. Like so. Okay. That should work. Dark, I've been there with you, trust me. I tried casting up like an idiot in cold weather in the garage and everything turned to a gel. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And then I found out you have to do it in super warm weather. But that's the hobby for you. You live and learn. I use epoxy sculpt in all my videos. This stuff, A and B. If I got it on my YouTube channel. If you look up Abe's epoxy sculpt, I did a video on it of what I do with it. It's good for customizing because you got a 3-hour work time, and then in 8 hours it's hard as a rock. You don't have to bake, you don't have to do anything. Just mix it together and work it. As far as softer with epoxy stuff, like how soft are you looking it for? You can try Smooth-On's Freeform Air. That stuff is really soft, but it's not It's not really like sculpting friendly in detail wise. I think Aves is the softest stuff out there I've used. You just got to use the safety solvent with it. And the other thing too with Aves, if it gets older, it gets harder. So if you have an old batch of Aves, it will be very, very hard to work with. If you have this part of your Aves, the green stuff, if that's yellowing on you, it's going bad. If you're not using Aves, leave it in the refrigerator. It'll last longer. Yeah, I also use the Fix It, which is a little bit sturdier. Try getting their safety solvent. Mix the safety solvent in with the Aves. It'll get way softer, trust me. Don't use water, don't use alcohol, use their safety solvent. Alright, we just gotta do the eyes on her and then the base. Let's do the hair on Psylocke now. Yeah, water's your problem then. Aves soaks up the water and it makes it all very hard and it doesn't work, trust me. Water you don't want to use. Alright, we're going to mix up some black paint with purple because she's got sort of black hair with purple highlights. So we'll try to keep it close to that. So I'm just going to mix Vallejo black with some of this golden black, purple. Just takes practice, Dark. You'll get there. I just think if you use the safety solvent with the Aves, it'll change things up for you. Yeah, I said that. You can use some spit if you want to sort of soften up the Aves. Of course, that was told to me a few years ago, but with everything now. Alright, we're going to put some few drops of lavender into my cup of paint I already have in here. If I can get the paint out of the bottle. Hey, sometimes if you're in the thick of the moment and you can't grab that bottle of solvent, just throw a little spit on your finger. You'll be fine. Alright, what do you guys think? Leave it sort of like that, or go a little bit lighter with some more highlights? Alright, we could do that. Get some of this dark purple out of my cup. Gotta break up the paint in the bottle. That's the one thing about garage kits. Sometimes they settle at the bottom of your bottle. So I just kind of break it up a little bit. Not squeeze the bottle to break it, just enough. Once you get that marble. This is a new bottle. I haven't used this one. Cracking it up a bit. Come on. Alright, we'll put a fairly highlighted area on it, and then if it's too much, we'll dull it down. Alright, hold on. This old camcorder is a pain in the ass. Let's see if that fixes it. Alright. Yeah, that's my next big thing I'll talk about in the video this weekend. This camcorder is it's on its last leg. When the power cord comes out, it doesn't like to work. See you later, Raz. Thanks for stopping by. What do you guys think of that? I gotta hit some darker areas. Alright, now we don't want it glossy, so we're going to dull it down. It's not too crazy. Thinking about leaving it flat hair because our outfit's got the pearlized interference in it. So I think if we added pearls into our hair, it might fight with the outfit. So I think maybe we'll leave it flat. I don't know, what do you guys think? Alright, we'll leave it like this then. I think that's a good plan. I'm going to take off this silly putty but let it dry a little bit before I pull off take off the saran wrap. So we'll put the eyes on Black Widow. Then we can start painting the base. Maybe we could get her belt done too tonight. Goal is I want to try to get these done. Black Widow's got green eyes or blue eyes, I forget. I think they're green. You guys remember? Yeah, but you know how it goes. If you don't have the correct color eyes, it's not the correct item. Here we go. Her eye color is... Eyes are blue. Official Marvel says they are blue eyes. So we have to go with blue. Alright, so I looked on the Marvel site, it said blue, and you're saying they're green. Marvel database says, you know, Black Widow Earth 616, her eyes are blue. And it says hair is red, formerly dyed black. So she's actually a redhead, she's not blonde. So whenever I paint, I go with what's on the Marvel database. So I say we go with the blue. And I think Sideshow's Black Widow was blue eyes too. Unless they did it more brown. Nope, her eyes were blue for the Sideshow, yeah. Yeah, blue eyes. So we gotta stay official with this one. Although I understand, if the blonde version, I would do the green eyes probably. I forget her name, Yelena? Is that her name? But for Natasha, she is actually a redhead with blue eyes. So we're going to do a middle ground. These eyes right here have a little bit of green and blue. So we'll just use these eye decals right there. don't know. The Marvel site says blue. Sideshow statues are blue. I don't know. Going with blue. So just to make sure the eye sort of would work. Should work. Let's see, is this too big or... Nah, that should work. Where is my brush? Right, that was here somewhere. Here it is. Well, she is a secret edging, so she can use eye color lenses, I guess. Alright, let the decal sit a second. Now for her base, I'm just going to go with a basic broken up base. Weather it. Something simple. Like I said, these are just afterthought filler items for the streams. I don't really care about them too much. I'm still not perfect with eye decals, so sometimes I do mess them up. That one's not ready yet. Maybe this one is. And now how's that looking? These eyes are so widely sculpted. Yes, these decals are a pain in the ass, and this is just regular water. So that's kind of how I fit those on. If you can get them lined up good, then you can seal them. I think they're lined up fairly well. So what I do is I sort of use the tweezers to kind of move them, but if you're not careful, you might dig into the paint or the decal. But if you're very, very light, you can move them around. But I find that if you have too much water on your eye, it becomes more of a hassle. So you gotta kind of find that middle ground. And once you get the eye decals in where you want them, I use a Solvaset to seal them in. Basically what Solvaset does is it sort of gets out the air bubble and it just kind of like gets the decal like all around the eye. But then sometimes even after I do all this, I still might need to go back in with some paint and sort of touch up an area here or there. It's just these smaller items are a pain. The only thing I found out if you try to use Solvaset to get the eye decal soaking, it melts it over time, at least with these. So if you have just enough Solvaset on here, sort of it gets the eyes to go down a little bit more so they don't get like air bubbles. That's kind of how I do the eyes. Now once the Solvaset dries up and everything's good where I want it, I'll seal it with some clear paint or something, and then I might go back in with like some paint and touch it up. But there's times what I'll do, sometimes I'll work on an eye and I'll destroy the eye like 20 times before I get it right, so it happens. And the other thing too is if you're not careful, and say you're handling these eye decals and you put your fingernail across the thing but you don't realize it, what happens is the decal splits on you. So that's another thing you have to be careful of. I think those worked out fairly well. Yeah. Got a little smudge on our cheek we gotta fix now. Hey Jacob, we're trying to finish the Sea Dragons up tonight, at least most of it. I think whatever I don't finish tonight, I'll just finish all stream during the week. There's not really much more to go. So I gotta paint up in there because the masking didn't get that far. So we gotta do her red belt. You know what? With the hair being still kind of tacky, I'm not going to risk this. It's just a red belt. I can paint it during the week. I never do the eyes until the main figure is done, just in case I have to go back and mask, because the silly putty can pull off stuff. So let's do Black Widow's base. Like I said, there won't be a stream next week, so unless it's a Thursday stream. But I think these will be done before then. So I figure I'm going to get these done and then I'll put them up on eBay. Not this Sunday, but the following Sunday. So what do you guys think for the base on the Psylocke? So complementary colors for Psylocke would be like sort of like an orangey reddish base, but that might be too crazy for the figure. So maybe we go with darker colors. Maybe what, black marble maybe? Black granite. I'm thinking just a granite type base, nothing too crazy. Like I said, I don't want to put too much more effort into these things. They're just sort of taking up way too much time for what I want to get onto the other statues. I don't know, I mean, if you figure if you do pinkish stuff onto the base, it might take away too much. She's not really like powered up in a sense, and her powers come from her forehead and her hands. I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad idea to put it into the base. If it like I said, if I went full-blown crazy on this, I would do like a maybe the sword or something, you know, but we're not going that crazy. So I'm thinking maybe just a darker blackish marble look to it. Yeah, I just painted them black for now just to kind of, you know, just get a basic color on them. You know, for her, we're going to do hers up real quick. I'll do hers up. And then I did find a better chain for her belt. So I found this chain that might look just kind of cool to put around her as her waist, like that. Something simple. And then she'll be done. So I think maybe just keep hers like a black marble, something simple. Because we have the sword that goes in here too. Where did I put the sword? The sword is over here. That's the sword, you know, so... Yeah, I'm thinking maybe just keep it simple, get her done. Yeah, my eBay handle is the same as VinceVellCUSTOMS. I'll do a video before I post them up. Maybe if I have them done by Thursday, I'll show them off on the stream so everybody can see it on Thursday, and then maybe next Sunday I could put them up, and then hopefully I can start working on the next project, the Batwoman. So I think that's the goal. That's the thing about this stuff. If I paint up one section, I don't like to rush it and mess everything up by trying to go too crazy in one session. Like I said, these aren't my finest projects I've done. They're just kind of just messing around, something simple. Well, like I said, these are just kind of fillers. I didn't really put a lot of love into these items. When we start the Batgirl statue, you're gonna put a lot of love into that one. That one's gonna be a lot of detailing and a lot of work. I'll have that video and stuff posted Sunday. Give you guys an idea what's going on with that. But for Widow, we're just gonna do a basic granite type of rock base. I appreciate that, Jacob. Like I say to people, everything can't be a perfect winner. Sometimes these little small things are just kind of messing around projects. And the other part was I was sick of looking at these statues on my shelf. I do appreciate the person who gave them to me on statue form years ago. I'll have to see if I can find out who it was again and thank them. Now I use basic duplicolor flat car paint on the base. Just to kind of make my life easier, making it durable. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Jacob. I'm actually got 4 of them coming to me because I'm crazy like that. I will be redoing a regular one with a bigger chest because I don't like the chest, and I will be making a retro version, and I will be making a bombshell version. The reason why I have 4 is just in case the 4th one I come up with another idea. But I'm going to be scaling her down because I don't like how high she is. So I'm thinking I might try and sculpt a base from scratch to sort of see if I can tweak her in a way where she can fit smaller into my case. Like, you know the first base, how the first base broke up like she came down as she's standing? I want to make a base like that for this Power Girl but look like she's floating over it. And then if I like it and it works out, maybe I can mold and cast it for my other ones. I'm sick in the head, there's no doubt about it. So, but I'm not doing an Amanda Connor version this time, just the other 3. But I like both of them. I like Newman's, I like the new one. I'm gonna keep all of them. I think they're amazing. I just feel that DC probably came in and said, no, 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 you can't have the chest that big, you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. and then Sideshow had to go with it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, what it is I like that how the base is simple. I like that, but it's so high though. That's my issue. It's so high. Now, me and my friends were looking at the pictures, and it looks like the base is sort of connected in two pieces. So maybe there is a smaller piece that connects into the base of Cloud. So if that's the case, maybe that would be a little bit easier. So I'm hoping that's the case. But that's a year away, so I don't have to worry about it now. Hey, what's up, Star? How's it going? Alright, so I don't want her base to be too light. So we're going to keep it darker. Now, I'm still on the fence about Sideshow's Scarlet Witch. I like it, but that's another one that's too high. But I may snag one down the line and tweak it for fun. We'll see. Still waiting for Storm. I'm still waiting for Asuka. I think those are going to look awesome. I would love to see if they do a reverse flash. Something. And I'm waiting for Tweeterhead's Tila. The sneak that they showed looks amazing. Oh, they revealed it today? Oh, I didn't even know they revealed it today. Oh, wow, that looks amazing. Holy cow, that Tila looks absolutely unreal. I'm getting that one. That's awesome. I'm not a He-Man fan, but that sculpt looks great. Holy cow. Wow. See, this is what happens when I'm painting all day. By the time something happens, I'm late to the show. Alright, so for the base, we're just going to use Payne's Gray and Leather Tan. That's it. Just basically just kind of don't think about it, just hit it in some areas, you know, grab. And then don't worry about it getting on your fingers too. If you're doing messiness, it doesn't matter. Get some Payne's Gray, darken that up a little bit. If you have it, let's see, where is it? We got some green, some medium green, transparent. Throw a little bit of green in there. Go back to the leather can. Hit it underneath here a little bit darker. That doesn't bother me. I personally, like I said, I don't care about the character of He-Man. I just love the sculpt, so for me that's fine. If I have to, I could go back in there and touch it up with red paint, but I think the sculpt looks amazing. I've come to the point now where no matter what statue they show, it's always going to be something that's off or wrong or not what you like. So I always come into it knowing that I'm going to do something to tweak it anyway. Just, you know, you can't please everybody out there, so... Alright, so the base is looking kind of old and worn a bit, so we'll go back in a little bit more with the white. You know what we'll do? We'll mix in some a little bit of brown with some of the white. So it's not a full-blown That's the fun thing about doing bases like this. Don't think about it too much, just the more layers and transparencies you go onto it, the better it'll look. Be afraid to rub it with your hands too, get a little dirty. The more messy a base like this, the more accidents you do, the better. And like I said, I want it to be darker. I don't want to take away from the brightness of the character. So like I said, her base kind of darker. Yeah, I can see the thing about the paint up that doesn't bother me. I always look at the sculpt first. That's the first thing I look at, because paint to me it's like, okay, I can always touch that up. But if the sculpt's off or it doesn't look great, then I'll be like, I don't want to, you know, get the item. But alright, so this is transparency dark brown, which is really, really dark. So if you really want to mess around, you can kind of go in there and do a little weird washing and stuff. Really make it look pretty funky. You even throw it on the base and just rub it around with your finger. Just let it get into crevices. You know, you can even, if you really want to go crazy, you can even drip some into here. Kind of wash it off with your fingers a bit. Throw a little bit more here. Fingers, a bit over there. Alright, made a nice little mess. And whenever I do something like this, gotta kick on Tester's dull coat, helps dry it up a little bit faster. So I'm just like soaking it. And let me wash off my hands. How's it going, Butterfly? How is everything? Alright, even though it's still wet, we gotta kind of dry it down a bit. Now it's still kind of pooling in this area, but by hitting it with the blow dryer, it's blowing into crevices, so it doesn't really matter. So this is kind of like how I paint up like, you know, a dirty street corner or something. Just kind of like let the paint and stuff flow into the area and make it look messy. Now there's still some pooling going on. It's not completely dried, but I'm just gonna mist some flat varnish on top of it. Sort of dull it down a little bit. So let me go grab Widow and see how she looks on the space. So it's still a dark base, but I think it doesn't take away from her too much. And of course my camera won't. Hopefully I don't pull out the power cord again. So I think that works for her. It's nothing too crazy. She pops out above it. Alright, so the way it's going to work is by next Thursday we'll have a short stream. I could show these all finished off because I'll probably try to finish them up during the week. Just get them done because all I have to do is her eyes, the belt, and the base, and then put her belt on and we're done, and I don't have to worry about these anymore. And then we can start focusing on the next item. Raccoon, didn't you have a problem last week with sanding? Kind of see if I can help you with that. Kind of clean up a bit. Thanks, Raphael. Yeah, like I said, they're not really focused too much on them, but at least they're getting done. I guess this was casted up separate and glued in. So I think it was Raccoon. Didn't you say last week you have trouble when you go to sand this stuff? I did a little bit of extra work off camera on this. Got these sort of set up a little bit better. Alright, so I guess I'll kind of go over what I do. Maybe it'll help. So we'll get in a little bit closer for you. Kind of see how this gets in. Alright, so as you can see, this is the resin, and then there's primer on top of it, and then the Aves. So whenever you sand this down, the Aves is softer, and this is what's going to happen is this will sand faster than this. So whenever I go to sand stuff down, I use sandpaper, and I'll sand here more than I'm sanding here. So if you go like this non-stop, you'll still be taking this off faster than this. So it's kind of like I sanding here, but I'm coming up more once in a while, but I'm kind of getting this down, and then when I'm kind of really good to where I need to go, I'm sanding it all over here because I'm kind of finding where I'm hitting the, you know, the resin. So I try to keep it nice and smooth. So if we could kind of see at the angle here, you can sort of see there's a tiny bit of a dip. Tiny bit of a dip. It's kind of hard to see. And there's really, it's just one of those things. So what I like to do whenever I run into this issue is I use my Tamiya putty and I go follow that line area. So I'll put the Tamiya putty on like a layer. I'll let that dry. And then I'll sand, and then I'll do another layer on this. Let that dry, then do another layer. And then, if you have sandpaper again like this, which I would say, what, 220? 220 grit? If you do the 220 grit over lightly, when this kind of dries up, you can get a better seam going. Alright, you're going off base saying you love the smell of this putty. That's... I really, this stuff bothers the hell out of me, but I like using it though. But, yeah, so if you go that route with the putty, it works. And then if you're having an issue, hit it again with primer, and then hit it with putty again and do it. It's the only thing I found that's a pain in the ass between Aves and resin. It's gonna happen no matter what you do. So, alright, so you see this area here on our calf muscle? If you're sanding this down here, it's going to sand down faster than there. So if you have you know, two pieces of like resin showing here with a little bit of that Aves, the Aves will sand down faster. It's a matter of going lightly and just taking your time. If you said, like you said, if you're going medieval on it and you're grinding it, then yeah, it's gonna go overboard on you. When you get to the point where you think you're at a nice, good, like even area, but you're still putting putty on it, if you get a fresh thing of fine sandpaper, you can slightly sand it and then get it nice and buffed out. No, Raccoon, that's fine. Layering does not matter. If it's primer, Aves, if it's filler, primer, Aves, and putty, and filler, primer, Aves, and putty, it doesn't really matter as long as you get a nice fine piece at the end. If you have something sticking out, right, and you're putting, you know, filler, primer, putty, and then Aves on top of it, but if it's not like going into the item enough, it'll probably fall off if you smack it. But the way I did this leg, I could do a couple layers of primer and filler primer and Aves and keep going, and it won't be an issue. You can see it on my item. You can see that there's one layer of Aves here, but then I did a primer on top of it, and then there's another thing of Aves, right? You can see over here there's a little Aves in here, and then there's a primer over here, same thing, you know. Yeah, so you can keep going. It's fine. I've been doing it for years now, and there's no issue. I mean, you can see here, I did a little bit of Aves work over in here on top of the primer and on top of the resin. And you can see with the hair too, you know. I primed the hair, then I sculpted more Aves on top of it, and I'll prime it again, and then I'll put more Aves. You can keep going, it doesn't matter. You can see here too. Hopefully that helped you a little bit. It's just what I've come across over my years of doing this. Yeah, you're welcome. It's like I said, if I can help out, I will. Like here's another example underneath the arm. So I did primer and I did a bunch of Aves work when I first did this, and then after I primed it I saw errors and I put another batch of Aves underneath the arm. So there's resin at the bottom, there's Aves, then there's primer, and then there's more Aves on top of that. That's why I like working with Aves on customs, because it bonds to everything and it cures. Trying to do this on a final like sculpty sculpt, I think that won't work because you're having too much like layering and it cracks and breaks. This stuff doesn't. Alright, I think I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I think we got enough time. I think I'm going to fill in some of her hair. And I think we'll call it a night after that. I think that should work. I don't think you want to watch that, Creative Collector, unless you're into it. We could talk about that later. Yeah, I remember those days of Warcraft. I even go back as far as to EverQuest as well. Used to play EverQuest before. I went from EverQuest to City of Heroes to World of Warcraft. Alright, I need to use gloves on my left hand because I chopped my finger off when I was replacing my bathroom fan last Sunday. So I can't get any chemicals in the cut. Alright, so when we talked last time, everybody said they wanted to do fuller hair, right? So we're thinking fuller hair here, like does the hair come down around here, or do we fill it in up here? Yeah, those were the days of when the internet was blowing up. You know, these online games were really big. Met a lot of friends off of those games too. Still talk to them this day, actually. Went to New York City a couple times to meet a couple people that flew out for vacation. It was a good time. But then it wasn't about the meeting people anymore. It was about grinding the game over and over, and I stopped playing. Every time you got so far in the game, they would reset it, you know. So Mr. Jiggles, hopefully I saw that. Okay, so you're thinking up here more, or all over it? Alright, we got a lot of variation going here, so let me mix up the haves and then we'll kind of play with it a bit. Well, I know we talked about last time filling underneath here, which looks a little weird. We'll fix that up. I don't know if I'll fix that up today, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, you know what we'll do? We'll use some silly putty first. And we'll see how it looks. I figure once we can get this hair done, I can finish up the base, the shoes, and her symbol, and then we can work on the sash. And then we got the hand powers too. Forgot about those. Alright, so if we fill up the mask, this is another good thing with silly putty, you could kind of play with some stuff. So if we fill this up, go more like that. Right. And maybe once we fill that up, we do another layer like this. Something like that. Get a better angle. Right. I think that's too much. I think that would make it fuller. And then if we take some silly putty and we fill in a little bit more over here. Maybe too much. Alright, so if we go at the bottom, this is what it would look like at the bottom if we went down like that. Just say like we went that way. So that would be what it would look like at the bottom. Right? Just placement stuff. Or what if we don't do up there, but we do more here? What if we just do something simple like there? So 3 options: a lot, bottom, or just fill in here. So fill in here then. Alright, we could fill that in. We'll do that. Yeah, as far as the ear, we'll do that afterwards because I have to put stuff down. I don't want to try to work this and having something stick with it. Butterfly thing's more pronounced at the bottom. What do you mean? Something like this? Something like that? Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, I'll finish more up in here. I'm just kind of placing stuff just to see what it looks like. You know, I like once I start putting the A's on, I'll work it in a little bit better. You know, I'm just throwing, you know, like there, or a little bit like in there. Yeah, see now we're getting too many options. You're not talking about anything over here, right? I mean, alright. So we're gonna fill here, right? This is where we're gonna fill, and we're gonna do this, right? I think that's as far as, like I said, I'm trying to follow the artwork too, in a way. I don't know. I mean, I'll have to clean up in here a bit. Alright, well let's start over here first and then we'll go from there. When I work on this side, maybe we'll I don't know, something like that maybe. I mean, throwing silly putty on is just giving it an idea. Let's do this part here first, and then we'll go from there. Alright, we can do that, Jacob. One thing at a time. Let's just start here and then we'll work over there and I mean, whatever part I do in here, I gotta make sure I can paint it as well. So that's important. But it's gotta get cleaned up a bit. I wish I had the Bob Ross feel and skills he had. Hair takes me a while though. It's not done in one session like Ross, but I do enjoy doing it. If you notice, I get quiet when I do hair because I get in the zone. The problem is that the way I sculpt hair can never be reproduced probably because of the type of strands, and I sculpt it all in one piece. So a lot of mold would get caught in areas. So I'm sure there's a lot of sculptors out there who could do amazing hair sculpts, but to reproduce it would be a nightmare. Alright, let's see what this looks like on her now. Alright, so we filled in that area, so it's got a little bit more of a feather look there. So do you think a little bit more here, or are we kind of like there? I mean, I could add a little bit more here, or not. What do you guys think? A little bit more there, or leave it as is? A little bit of a delay. Alright, so we'll kind of leave it like that. Alright. Let me kind of clean it up a little bit more then. And then I can fill it over the ear. And then maybe work on the shoes a bit. Get those done. I'm sure if I sculpted it from scratch, I would have a better feel for the hair. But since I worked off the original sculpt, I just kind of made it my own little thing, I guess. It depends on the piece, Jacob. I found that sometimes swapping hair out to another statue is a horrible experience and it doesn't look right. And then there's other times where it matches up perfect. That's kind of how I started in the beginning. I was swapping hair out because I wasn't really there with sculpting hair. And then I just started like, you know what, I'm just going to sculpt it myself. And sometimes it comes out the way I want it better. It's doable, but I think the hardest part is trying to match up the hair. So say you love the way the hair is sculpted here, but you don't want that, so you chop it up and you put it on the head. It can work, but when you try to match this sculpt with that sculpt, it's hard. So sometimes I can't match hair sculpt, so it didn't look right. It's doable. It's just a matter of getting it matched up and making it look right. That's all. Definitely can be done though. Yeah, it's like I said, it's definitely possible. It's just a matter of tweaking it and making sure it'll work. Alright, we gotta let this harden up a little bit more before I can dig into it, I guess. I don't think it'll let me. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I have actually a whole box of hair parts that I got to the point where I thought I'd be swapping out hairs and stuff, and then I started sculpting my own hair. So I got all these hairs I don't know what the hell to do with. Alright, I'm gonna fix up underneath the ear. So just put a little eaves underneath the ear, correct? Just a little bit, yeah. Yeah, dark blue. I have a lot of bins of parts that I thought one day I would use them. They're just collecting dust. I might have to do a purge someday on eBay or something. Alright, how's that looking for under the ear? Doesn't completely go flush, has a little bit of life to it. Just had to fill up this little gap under here, and I gotta fill up some of the gaps under here. think I really need to fill that in. Alright, let's put it on her to see how she looks. Nah, no one will notice there's no gap there. No, it doesn't need to be there. Alright. That's how it looks from the back now. Got hair going around. Alright, so I think we got the hair pretty much set up. I gotta clean up under the ear a bit more. I think we're good. I think the only problem with clear going upwards, which I'll try, is that we might hit that weird sculpt thing there. Alright, how about that? Curled it up a little bit. I think that looks a little bit better. Am I putting it in the camera right? Ah, there we go. Alright, let's put her aside for a bit, because I'm going to ruin that hair if I keep fiddling with it. Alright, so I wanted to fix her shoes a bit. I don't like the way there's no soles at the bottom of them. So let's see if I could do something without destroying this. Alright, let me go in the garage and roll this out real quick. Alright, I don't know if I'll be able to do both shoes, but we'll see. I might be pressing my luck. Which Akuma? Is it the old school one where it was like Taiwan or something? That's like, that Akuma kit is, if that's the one you're talking about, was like what really got me into like getting kits and starting to mess with them back in like 2000 I think, or wait, no, 99 I think. I was working in Manhattan for a company. I was messing around on eBay when it first came out, and I saw the kit. Yeah, that's probably the one. Yep. Yeah, I was buying mine off eBay. I think I got 4 of them. You know, that's still one of my favorite kits that are out there. Even though it was a bootleg of a bootleg of a bootleg to God knows how many times it was bootlegged, to the point where the casting was so bad. It was just the Alpha 2 Kuma. I loved it. I just got sick of looking it on my shelf, so I got rid of it. Yeah, they were bad. I remember when I got them, I was like, there's no way there should be like holes in his chest and underneath his armpit, and it was a mess of a kit. But then I started learning about how people said, oh, that's probably a recast of a recast of a recast. It's still one of the best Akumas out there, though. I don't know why anyone's never sculpted the same exact pose. It's an iconic Akuma pose. I think, was it Sosa came close to it, but not like exactly. I never did find a Ryu or Ken of that, though. I saw them, I never found them, and I never actually went out of my way to purchase them either, if I did see them. So, I just got the Akumas. I have no hopes for any company that makes Street Fighter stuff, because it's all just going to be Akuma, Ryu, Cammy, and Chun-Li. When these companies start making Rose and Dan, I'll really care then. I mean, I love Street Fighter, but I can't stand seeing the same characters being made over and over and over. Well, the problem is Street Fighter V killed the franchise. Street Fighter V was such a bad game, a lot of people left and quit. Street Fighter 4 brought everyone back, and the Street Fighter statues were going for crazy amounts of money. But then when 5 came out, people... I mean, I didn't even buy the consoles to get Street Fighter 5. And it just went away. Yeah, I read about Street Fighter 6 on how bad it was. But when I played the Street Fighter 5 engine, the the basic test at the New York Comic Con, I could tell how bad the engine was just from the very first testing. And if you could tell the engine is bad, no matter what they do with it, it's going to be bad. And I just remember being online, waiting to play, and I saw some little 3-year-old kid mashing buttons, and he whooped this guy's butt that I've seen, play the game really, really well, and I just knew right then and there that this game is bad. So I know even though they partnered with Sony, the engine was still horrible. They dumbed it down. Street Fighter 4 is very, very technical. And I enjoyed that because, and even the streams were hype because, you'd watch somebody who is getting their butt kicked, but if they had some good technical skills, they can make a major comeback. And, each character was unique, but Street Fighter 5 made everybody the same. At least feel the same. But yeah, I heard 6 was so bad they scrapped it. They need to bring Seth back. Seth is the one who made that damn game so amazing, Street Fighter 4. When Seth left Street Fighter 4, that's when it started going downhill. I think it was Combo Fiend that took over, and it just started getting like just stupid. I mean, I remember watching Street Fighter 4 to all hours of the night, just watching people matches. I'd be playing every day. Oh man, it was so much fun. But Street Fighter 5 is just boring. I gotta go roll out more. I think Street Fighter 4 was making so much damn money. I mean, I remember going, I remember looking on SRK, there would be local tournaments everywhere. Like, people were having them in their houses, they were renting ballrooms, and Street Fighter 5 came and literally just, it all ended. I don't know. Doesn't matter now. They're gonna release Rose and Dan in Street Fighter 5, and then it'll the new game will come out. Yeah, Jacob. I think the reason why Street Fighter Capcom started dying out is because they started listening to all the crybabies. As much as people cried, there was still plenty of people out there who wanted to play it like, just really like a challenging game. But when the Combo Fiend started having all these tournaments, but then he started having it was questionnaires. All these kids were running there saying the game was too hard, the game was too hard. you know, and they started listening to all of them, and that was the downfall of like when he released was it Street Fighter 4 Omega? Like, why would you release a game showing all the stuff that you took out of the game and give everybody god level skills? It was just poorly, just a poor way of trying to cater to everybody. The thing about Street Fighter that made it so good is it was all about putting time and effort into the game. Like Street Fighter 4, I picked up Rose, and I mean, it took me hours upon hours to get master her. But it was fun, it was challenging. But, I don't know, whatever. That's just the world we live in now. Yeah, that was a mistake. I think like they pushed Seth out. I don't know why, or he left because I think Seth saw the downfall of Street Fighter, and he was like, "I'm getting the hell out of here." And like Combo Fiend came in, and he was always asking like, "How can we make it better?" Don't ask the players how you can make it better. You know, it's. You're gonna get the crybabies who come in and say it's too hard, I can't one button win. And when you start catering to them, that's when you ruin it. You can ask the players for feedback, but as a company, you still gotta make it. I don't know. Doesn't matter now. They destroyed it. I went to EVO in, was it 2015, I think it was? I think, that year, with Street Fighter 4, oh my god, it was so much fun. Just sitting there, all the hype, watching these pro players just, you know, doing crazy stuff in real time. It was a lot of fun. Dark, this is the silly, not silly Putita, it's Aves. Well, it's Fix-It Skull because I did some hair work mixed with a little bit of red Aves, and I have some extra, so I'm working on the shoes. I buy red Aves because I can see it better, but this is actually Fix-It Sculpt with a little of the red Aves mixed in to turn it pink, just because it's easier for me to see. Yeah, I buy the red Aves because it used to be on sale all the time, but I just like the way I can see it over gray primer. Just a color, that's all it is, it's still Aves. Yeah, they if you watch Abe's site every once in a while in their super sale section, they have certain items on cheap on discount, and for the longest time they always had red on sale. So instead of paying, what was it, $30 or $40 a 4-pound container, it was 25 bucks. So I was just like, okay, that's cheaper, I'll buy the red, and then I got used to it and I liked it, and I just stick with the red now. I've tried super white, and super white is so like gunky with white paint, it's a nightmare. So I stay away from the super white. See you later, Jacob. Have a good one. Yeah, this is the safety solvent. You know, I just use that to soften it up, smooth it out. Yeah, for some odd reason the red doesn't have like a lot of ink in it, and you can see what's going on. And like I said to people, one of the other good reasons is if you get it in your fingers and you start touching stuff, you can see like the red residue over the gray primer. And if you use red primer, you can get like the natural color or something if you want. These shoes have been bothering me for a while. I'm so glad to get these things added. Just look so weird without something. I'll sand them down and tweak them a little bit. Hey, what's up, Marco? How is everything? Alright, so it looks like she got shoes again now. Like I said, they stick out a lot, but I'll sand them down and tweak them when it cures. Okay, got those done. Yeah, Marco, I didn't finish your video. The printer, started watching it, and I got sidetracked. Hopefully it's treating you well. Alright, so I got a little extra age left, so I'm just going to kind of see if there's some way I can make this power blast look at least okay. I don't know. Might end up redoing it, but we'll see. Have you had a chance to run it yet with how are the fumes in the studio? One day I'll be able to see one print in person. would that look? Well, that's not gonna look right. I got to redo this hand. Well, that's good. I know someone said one of them stinks to high hell, but maybe it was a bad resin. I don't know. I gotta go get those. I think I'm gonna try those clear power blasts like I did with the Firestar on this one. I don't think this is gonna work. Maybe if I find some clear power blast, I can glue them in and then sort of like attach them. Maybe I'll do that. Alright, so we got the hair done pretty much. Got the gloves on her arms pretty much done. I gotta figure out the blasts. Gotta start working on her symbol, which will be like some sort of gonna be tricky with all these muscles, weird shape she is. You should just keep your Aves in the refrigerator. So this was dark blue. So this was a Psylocke Scott Campbell fan art statue. Somebody gave it to me because it was kind of messed up and they didn't want it anymore. So I'm turning it into a Miss Marvel. The reason I'm doing Miss Marvel because it's a fairly easy custom and something I could just sort of do on the stream and get it out the door. She already had the belt, the outfit. You know, so I got the boots on, got the shoes done today, which I'm happy about. I'm gonna take these lines out from the Psylocke outfit, get rid of those. Nice little booty shot for you there. We redid all the hair on her. Well, not all the hair, but most of it. I set it up with magnets in her arms, and I sculpted the triangle stuff up there. So I'm pretty much at the point where I got to do the symbol, clean up, and we got to figure out these hands. I'll find something on eBay. And then the sash will be last. So I think if I can get those SFH figure art kits that they use for the anime characters, like I did with the Firestar. I think they got like blast ones. I might have a couple. So I do have some of them, but they might have other ones. So they have like blast, like these things. So maybe what I could do is sort of cut them up. You know, not have all these points, and then sort of kind of attach them. So it looks like she's got some kind of like blast thing going on. I don't know. Maybe there's some other ones I'll have to look into. Even if I don't keep them clear, maybe it'll just make life easier to paint them up in like some metallics or something. I don't know. I gotta toy with it and think about it some more. But I think that's where I'm gonna call it a stream. Gloating, she's not really flame. She's kind of more of like energy blasts. I mean, I can do flames, but I don't know if it would look right with her. I'm gonna look online. There might be something I can utilize. If I can add to it. If not, I'll sculpt something or find something. But yeah, I'm calling it a night. I'm tired. I've been at this all day. Thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. Either tomorrow or Sunday I'm going to post the next video of the series. And then Sunday I'll definitely have the video up about my Patreon and the Batwoman, what's going forward. And then next week, I think Thursday is when I'll have a stream. Not Friday, though. So you guys have a good weekend. Thanks for stopping by.